Hello YouTubers and fellow Square Enix fans, my name is Daryl from Final Fantasy Fan, and today we're continuing our Let's Play Final Fantasy XIV. So, today will be the first day, well technically, last stream we did enter Shadowbringers. Had to think of the expansion there for a second. Yeah, so we're gonna continue with Shadowbringers. Let's see how far we can get. I'm trying to think of what I want to do when it comes to my classes. I don't want to overlevel my Dark Knight, so maybe we should have a look at our Gunbreaker for a second. Let's see. I have no idea what the weapon is for a Gunbreaker. Well, it's a gun sword, I know that, but... Interesting. Where are my boots? Hey there. All right. So let's do the dungeons as a Gunbreaker. I will have to set up my hotbar for a second. Yo, Cyrus, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Just preparing my Gunbreaker so I can do some roulettes, because I don't want to do the roulettes on my Dark Knight, since I'll be using my Dark Knight in the next expansion. I don't want to overlevel him. So I'm currently setting up my Dark Knight, my Gunbreaker. So we got Keen Edge, which is the basic attack, I'm assuming. Then we have... What's this? Increases damage dealt with 20%. I boosted today? Nice! Wait, what is this? Sonic Break. Okay, so it transforms into Sonic Break. So we got Brutal Shell, attack, combo action, Keen Edge. Okay. How do I alter permissions? I have to check for a second. Oh, we have short messages already. Where's the short messages? Oh, here. Pictomancer. I haven't touched Pictomancer at all yet. That looks like an interesting class. Alright, let me see. Brutal Shell, Camouflage. Okay, so that's a... Demon Slice. Lives attack to all nearby enemies. Okay. The Royal Guard. Significant... Okay, that's Enmity. I see. What else do we have? We have Lightning Shot. Ranged attack. I see. Danger Zone. Attack with a potency of 250. Instant. Solid Barrel. Potency of 100. Combo action Brutal Shell. Okay, that's my third attack. There we go. Burst Strike. Delivers an attack with a potency of 340. Okay. Cartridge cost 1. We have Nebula. Reduces damage. Okay, that's a tank buff. Demon Slaughter. A potency of 100. Combination Demon Slice. Alright. Alright. Aurora. Grants Region. Wait, what? Interesting. Super Bolide. Reduces HP by 50% of the maximum, renders you impervious to most attacks. Wait, it reduces my HP? That's so interesting. But it does make me impervious to most attacks. Okay, okay. It's kind of like a paladin shield. Then we have Sonic Break. Okay, that's the follow-up. So... Okay, now it turned into Sonic Break, I see, okay. What else do we have? We have Trajectory. Rushes to a target, okay. I can go here. And Gnashing Fang. Delivers a attack with a potency of 330. Cartridge costs 1. Maximum charge is 2. Okay. That takes care of that. We got Roll, we got Rampart. We got a Kick, got a Low Blow, got Provoke, Interject, got Reprisal, Arm's Length, and Shirk. Alright. Traits, that's good, that's good. Alright. Hey Cyrus, would you like to run a dungeon? Gonna try out my Gunbreaker. I guess what we can do is... Not that one. That one. Yo, Nox, how you doing, buddy? Would you like to join a dungeon as well? We're gonna start Shadowbringer after, but I wanted to do the roulettes, so I decided to fix up the Gunbreaker. Because I don't want to overlevel my Dark Knight now that we brought him to 70. So I figured I'd run the dungeons as my Gunbreaker. First run. Alright, take your time. Take your time. I'll invite Cyrus, I'll invite you. Morzane was a bit busy, so he's not gonna come today. Let's see, so Cyrus, I'll invite him. And then we'll wait for Nox. Right, so Cyrus is going Pictomancer, I believe. I am going Gunbreaker, so whatever you need. Healer or tank, I suppose. Ooh, we sold a lot of things, let's go. I did not mean to do that. Come back here. I wonder what it's worth, actually. Wow, never mind. Sincerely doubt these will be worth anything. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother with that. This one, wyvern skin. Welcome back, Nox. Give me a second. I'm just selling some stuff at the vendor. Alright, fuel report. Wait, I just got items. Oh, they're probably stacked on these. What did I get? Cubes of flesh. Are they probably... Wait, what? Oh, they're here. Grab all the money by clicking. Give me a second, I'll try that out. Makes me wonder who puts up all that money. Like, who puts it up on, like... Who puts it up on one gil? Like, why didn't you just sell it to the vendor? Why go through all the trouble to put it on there for a gil? Grab all the money by clicking the minus. Okay, let's see. Let's deposit, I don't know. Oh, like that, I see. Yeah, okay. It's good to know. Why is that? Because I'm in that menu? I guess, yeah. Alright, there's one small thing I wanted to check before I did anything. No. Yeah, actually, yes, I do need to do something. I need to go to 60 Mordona. I need to go to Idleshire. Because I'll need to get my gunbreaker weapon. Ooh, there is a button, I forgot, now that I see it. The sprint button. Let's see, weapons, here we go. Is there even a gunbreaker weapon? There is. Yo, Reggie! Reggie Sagek. Reggie Sagek. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the subscription. How is your... I don't know how to pronounce your name, actually. Reggie? Can I call you Reggie? It's a bit easier. Well, I like the gunblade. Gunblade looks pretty cool. Appreciate the subscription. Welcome aboard. Reginald. This is an interesting draw stance. That's the draw stance right there. Welcome in, George. Welcome in. Alright, you guys ready to run a dungeon? Let's go. My first time running as a gunbreaker. Not much different, I suppose. Why is this guy pulling ahead of me? That is super annoying. See, now I don't have aggro because this Bard is just... Oh, God. Gotta hate Bards like that. They could just wait for 5 seconds. He thinks he's doing us a favor, but he's actually slowing us down. Like, a lot. Thank you for subscribing, Reggie. Hope you're having a good Friday. I said Saturday, I believe, but my day's been a bit weird today. I had an interesting shift at work, so feels completely off. There we go. Make quick work of him. How are you doing, George? How's your Friday going? Doing pretty well, doing pretty well. We've entered the next expansion in the game, so I'm kind of curious to start doing that. But I figured I'd get my daily roulettes out of the way with a different class. Start putting some experience into this gunbreaker, because that's the next one we'll level up after Dark Knight. This is such an old dungeon. This used to be the first level 50 dungeon, I think, that you get. If I'm not mistaken, at least. Did I get the succubus? I hope I did. It does help if you know, if you have a healer behind you that knows what he's doing. You can literally just pull from wall to wall. Lost some aggro there on some of the ads, because I was trying to pull all of them. You sometimes get that when one DPS focuses down one enemy, and the tank is still trying to get her general AoE. Then DPS has a tendency to pull the aggro away sometimes. Right, clean run. How long did that take us? Not even 10 minutes till the end. Sweet. Pretty good run, if I do say so myself. Right, next dungeon. Leveling dungeon. Should have activated the guild buffs, by the way, for experience. I can't do that right now. Halatali. Man, they're gonna go much lower than Halatali. Thanks for the heads up, Cyrus. No. No, I wanted to build the boss. Ooh! Darn it. I got hit by the AoE. Man. I could have taken a boss though. I think we could have. I think we would have been fine. Yeah, I still don't like it that they turn off the tank stance. That's so annoying. And honestly, it's something I'll probably always forget. Nox, where are you? Why are you aggroing those? Need more heals. Yeah, I would have been dead. He literally saved my ass with that few heals that he did. He didn't have like a high heals, but it was just enough. Like I was hitting like less than 5% of my health. I would have died for sure. I'm gonna go set hunting. Alright, Ruba's Beak. My cat's going bonkers. GG's. Also, what's going on with the experience? Have I leveled up at all yet? That was hardly a level up. Why is my experience so low? Okay, I did something on the background. Hopefully it's not going to crash my... Forgot to turn on my stream elements so my notifications are off. Oh well. Ooh, nice. New scuff controller. Let's go. Alright, back. Welcome back, Nox. Let's go. Trials. Well, which scuff controller did you get, Cyrus? Trying to get a new controller myself as well, though I don't play Final Fantasy with a controller, I play with mouse and keyboard. But I've been looking for a controller to play other games with. Wait, we should probably... Actions. There we go, the heat of battle. Omega for the PS5, or Amga. I think you meant Omega, maybe? Haven't heard of that one. Bruh. Honestly, if it's a good controller, I don't mind shelving 200. Okay, we got no new players. Then... Oh wait, we do. The Dragoon. I was like, if there's no... Did this Paladin just taunt him? There's no way he would have gotten that much aggro ahead of me. Especially since I'm doing more threat than him. More enmity. Yeah, see? I'm overtaking his aggro without taunting. Yeah, he's taunting. He's taunting like crazy. I'm just taunting it back right there. Can't win. He can't win the enmity race, so he taunts. Cheater. Well, taunting right back at you. Oh, I always hold enmity threat races. That's kind of fun to do. Alright, that was the trial. Oh, then we got this guild test. And then after that, we shall do Shadowbringers. I'll go back to my Dark Knight after. And finally continue the story. The one that we've been postponing since, I don't know, 2 years now. We can do that. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of raids, honestly. And it was just so the experience of the leveling roulette doesn't go to waste. The one daily bonus. Alright, you're the hest around. Alright, let's do the roulette, the raid roulette as well then. The normal one. One of you do not meet the requirements for this one. It might be Cyrus. Cyrus might not have unlocked the normal raids. I have? Well, one of you is causing it not to activate. I wish the game would tell you which player it was. It does trigger now. You wanna... Which normal raids have you unlocked, Cyrus? Can you queue yourself for the normal raids roulette? Are you able to? Maybe you're right. I think you cannot do the roulette if you've only got one unlocked, but I'm not really sure how that works. Let me know if you need some help with that. I'll be okay helping you out. I wouldn't mind. See, so now my tank buff stays active. God knows why. Very interesting. How come the warrior has more HP than me? Even though I already have the best in slot gear available. I did get stinged. No, I did. Oh, wait. What? Oh, yeah. Gunbreaker. That's why. Ah, maybe that's why. Is there a difference in enmity then? Like, is there a different tank stances? Like, if once they level up, they become more efficient? Is that maybe why it's causing the ones to break all the time? You're right. I did not sink. Omega. I don't think Omega. Yes. Omega. Yes. Yes. Those three. Correct. Yeah, normal rates is Coil, Bahamut, Alexander, and yeah, maybe that's why you can't. I don't know. How many of the coils have you unlocked? Have you unlocked all of the coils? Maybe you need to have Alexander as well. Oh no, I forgot this tactics, honestly. Darn it. limit break should be able to finish him off. There we go. I'm such a troll for opening those chests. Yeah, I have done all of them in the past, all raids. I like the coil one, where it teaches you about what happened to Eorzea. Alright, time to continue with the main quest. The Cyrus Trench. It's finally, guys, it's finally here. We're entering Shadowbringers. Believe it or not, it's finally here. I got it, thanks. I have it. I like how yours is always spelled in German. Noten Runnen von Kaxindouble. Here we go. Onto the Cyrus Trench. Heading to the survey site, sir. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat. Alright, let's go. Hey, there's Bahori Bowler. Some of the other guys. So there's Colternet. Yo, Abhishek, welcome to the stream. How are you?
How many people there are? Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We fought bugger all without you.
It's been a good while. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Can't complain.
Big sledge!
Aye, aye. But we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called the chief for some other business. So we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Wow, what's up with his voice? Did they change these voices in Shadowbringer? They didn't sound like this.
Both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
The Taru sounds still the same somewhat. But Biggs and Wedge got different voices all of a sudden.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
Wedge's voice is so weird.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
What's that?
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there?
Interesting.
Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
You're right, Nox. Let me see if we can fix that. I don't know what's going on in the background. Let me see. Game capture? Maybe it was doing it twice. Desktop. Let's see if that's better.
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
I think it was capturing audio twice.
Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Well, this is supposed to happen.
I think it was capturing audio twice.
That we may pass.
Safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
That's why it created a little bit of like an echo like. Alright, we're being called again. We're flying. I'm flying high. Ooh. All the crystals. Memories?
Do not look at me so.
I think they're memories.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked
Warrior
of us,
of Darkness.
and still it came to this.
Ophelia? Who's that? That's Hydaelyn?
Your time
No, it's
has
Mephilia.
not yet come.
The voice. Is that me? No. That's the warrior of darkness. Right, we woken up. This is like an alternative universe we're in right now.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
There's a chocobo. Is that Garlean soldier? No. Is that the chocobo carriage dude from the start of the game?
Someone out here is not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
This time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, yet he'd reply. Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when.
We're in the multiverse right now.
You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
Yeah, I could use a drink. Take it, man.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell. But you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the shining tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
The Crystarium, alright.
To dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt.
The one true struggle.
The one true struggle.
Shadowbringers. Alright, new area. Let's see. Where's the item again for the ether currents? Goody goody. Alright, alright, alright. Questionary Till passed down to the Palupu suggests upon learning the secret status of an apex predator, and tenured Eorzea naturalist issued a confusing statement that it certainly has the mulloquatest countenance of a champion, and began muttering a slew of potential appellations. Some of these sounded like Dirkland or possibly Burp Swimmer. As an attempt to save the fish from the abroad, local Palulu kindly informed that its name is setting off in search of a stiff drink. Alright, alright, alright. A collection, that's where it was. There we go. Oh, there's no currents nearby here. We can't mount either. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, let's see.
Halt.
Hey, it's the character I used on my thumbnail.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
I haven't, Nox. Is that pixelated for you as well, Cyrus? Let me see if I can change that. Not sure if this changed anything. Ulda.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists.
What do you mean? She came from there.
Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
It's an interesting, accent. The heck was that?
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand. Ring and all.
Oh no. Merchant dude.
Everything all right, Captain?
Hey, it's him.
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious fronts, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
I can't place your accent yet.
Right then. Before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
It's not like I had a choice.
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you were still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions. That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light.
Are we supposed to be the bad guys now?
A century ago, by this realm's reckoning, a luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. Though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
All right. So many questions, so little answers. You entered the sanctuary, so I assume we have entered the city. That's a big-ass bridge. Right, so this is the major city of the expansion, I'm assuming? Interesting, so early in the game. There's the Aoife, right?
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion.
So it's the last city? The last big city, I'd assume?
Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol. A monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Interesting. They've got a Mojo just working around the city. Norvent, the Crystarium. Right. Oh, Nox is here as well. Let's go. Alright, I'm gonna go grab all these crystals first. So what do we have here? We have a hunt board, summoning bell, crystal. There's only one? Only one layer, okay. We got a Mulja over here. What are these things? Sort of dragon things. There's a lot of Mulja here, though. Also, the Aephorite shards look interesting. Oh, it's not responding. Darn it. I guess we have to talk to the big guy first. I'm being chased! Run! Run away! And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. White oak weapons coffer, alright? Well, I have to get used to that theme playing. City of the Thirst. The Crystal Exarch has requested for you. Now, a full and frank discussion in private of my study would seem to be in order. But I think a conversation would be more meaningful were you first to gain a grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few Crystarium civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, the path will take you directly to the Aephorite, a convenience which I'm sure you're only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your Aephorite trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this achievement before venturing any further, alright? After you've done so, walk up the steps next to the Aephorite and head to the left of the crystalline mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Kaedalis, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him in the Cabinet of Curiosity, you want to avoid the aforementioned steps, take the exit on the left, and simply continue straight along until you straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. And then the other side. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Bragi, a man in charge of trade and distribution. He used to be found in the markets which you can access from the opposite side of the Aephorite Plaza. I'm seeking out each of my colleagues. You will visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Lol, I get the pun. Ha! Very good, I concede. The layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. Honestly, this looks like a pretty navigable city, unlike Limsa. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask where you hail from, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There's an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply in that peculiar mystery. Alright, so we're just gonna lie straight to their face. When you finish making your rounds, pray meet me at the large courtyard of the center of town. Until then. Dude is interesting. He's like half crystal. It's a pretty ugly looking weapon, not gonna lie. Alright, let's go get those crystals now. We're still being chased by creepy people? Nope. The puff of darkness. Alright, let's try it now. There we go. Okay, I'm assuming we can't go through here. Nope. Here we go. Oh! Oh, there's several layers here. Interesting. It's pretty far down. Okay, there's a crystal over there. What is it, Nox? Creepy, huh? I'm being stalked. I feel like Nashu and Hildebrand quest. Okay, that one's up there. Yo, Mordin. Still need that one crystal there. Crystalline mean. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of a fast, distinct current of ether. You connect to these energies in a faint but stable, and should allow the teleportation to etherites in the source. Alright, so we can now go back to where we came from. This place is pretty big. Look a lot smaller on the map, but it's most definitely a big city. Trying to get all these crystals for now. Damn, this place is pretty big. I don't think I had this one yet. And I think we still need that specific one as well. Should be right in front of me. There it is. There it is, Caitlys. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new out to the fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen to find sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the seniors come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized too, thanks to us in the mean. We work together to procure materials and resources and craft goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking I'll be handing it over to you on a plate like those Ilmurian layabouts. Here in Cristarum, we work for a living. Do I see you're no stranger to honest labor? You don't have the whiff of an indolence about like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? Ula. No, they needed to, yeah. One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make sure you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him. And any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their home to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began, and the Exarch's invitation. Buildings started going up, and the help of curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He's indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecies, he's never yet let us down. So if you and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you ought to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit us once you've had the chance to settle in. Just ask for Catalyst and find your niche here in the Crystalline Mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Your exchange with Catalyst has taught you about the life in the Crystarium. Alright? There's something I wanted to see. Traders. Maybe this one. I need to get some, I need to get my hands on some Geishels. We ran out. I wonder if any of these sell stuff. There we go. Restocked, perfect. Right, so we talked to him. The cool city. It's definitely got a lot more layers to it than I thought it would. Oh, don't tell me. Can I just teleport there? There we go. Problem solved. He's above me though. It's interesting to see. It's interesting to see as well that they throw us right into the city. First things first. Alright, here's more. Look at this library. Jeez, that's a massive library. Excuse me, sir. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with the civic roles you see, and well, I guess it's the only library left. What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll even, scraps of scribbled on parchment. Guess this is all the books left in the world. My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written world. Ah, I see. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written world. Alright. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhaps a shot at academic research? Oh, so you have an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives, I quite agree. If you prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have the illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment and I'll fetch it for you. He's just making mockery of us, isn't he? Children book. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair and make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson then. Well, you're gonna read me a bedtime story. 100 years ago, or not enough, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. Villains, the Warrior of Light, interesting. In the wake of its tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease, until a day an enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We called the Calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind in a luminous wasteland. Yet, just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt she stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Northrend, and Northrend alone spared the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blessed emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspects to bedeviled of folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their vulgant presence stole the night from the northern skies. Even now they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it to you. Or if you would rather I speak of other matters, then that would be my pleasure too. I should be glad of the company. Your exchange with Morin has taught you about the Flood of Light. Well, the way I see it is that, like, this is one of the only areas that hasn't been affected, so everything else is just a wasteland, and as we continue the story and bring darkness to the world, that's what I'm thinking is gonna happen. More of the land will be restored. Something along those lines? I have no idea. It's called Shadowbringers, and obviously the light has prevailed here so much that all the darkness has been pushed away and the balance has collapsed pretty much, all in favor of pure light. Which, as we have learned from the main scenarios before, is that there needs to be a balance. Whether it's pure darkness or pure light, the world will get destroyed. Seeing as this is literally called Shadowbringers, and yeah, the Warriors of Light are the villains in that story. So it's probably something around that. Now, as to whether that's the reason why a lot of people like this specific expansion, well, that's to be seen. Let's see. We've just started, so interested in seeing it. There we go, we got all the Aephorites. Now have access to the pendants. You have attained yourself to all Aephorite shards in the Crystarium. Lakeland is now accessible in the Aephorite destination. Not a lot of people here anymore. There's a few people here and there. Hello, Bragi. Are you on Hrothgar? He is. This might very well be the first person I've talked to that's a Hrothgar in the game. NPC-wise, at least. Not a lot of people play this class either. New to the city, friend? A spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Welcome, my name is Bragi, and I'm a master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock up a range of equipment of the humans such as yourself, so finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. Did you say humans? Aye, something wrong? Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in the front of us? The shorter one is a hume, like you. And the taller one is an elf. The sturdy individual over there is a Gulgent. While the other one with the horn is a Drawn. There's the Eorzea. And there, the large scaly chaps with the long tails and a neck for raising livestock, that will be the Zoom. That's confusing, they have their own races here. Which apparently is not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Same as the Crystal Exarch. Same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much far-flung than that. We had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. Not to worry, should you find yourself confused by local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Your exchange with Brage has taught you about the peoples of the First. Alright, that's everything. That was all three of them. Let's go back to the Crystal Exarch. And he's near the Docile Gate. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of the world and its people? Yep, it seems you were treated a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but it was necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted the details were sparse to structure. In fact, the self-same one you know for the source transported the first in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, something of a trial run for the eventual crossing. Although I did not know in which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheel of fate in motion. The Crystal Exarch is finally ready to discuss the matters of your comrade's whereabouts. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time to fulfill my half of the bargain and explain what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in privacy of my quarters. However, I must go ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see that the guard knows to admit you. The tower's gate lies open then? Oh yes, of course, it can be opened and closed just like any other. Does that seem strange to you? I know not how the tower functioned in your time, but I assure you there's no danger of us being locked inside. Alright. Crystarium Gatekeeper. Greetings, sir. The Exarch awaits you within.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions. To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the Source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Eorzea have dwelt here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Yeah, he's dead by now.
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Eorzea shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Eorzea saw was the future, that which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th Umbral Calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Eorzea clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die.
Nice. Isn't that interesting?
And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you, nor have their efforts been in vain. For it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain that you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your... What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, Ellie?
He seems to be alright so far. Yeah, for a moment.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort.
Alright, so that's interesting. Story's picking up. Alright, I guess we talk to him again. Crystal Exarch. Crystarian boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendants, which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to the wares. Come along. It's an interesting little town. Well, again, not little per se, but it's got a bit of everything in there.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough.
Good.
Each nation once minted its own coins, but was all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice.
I kind of like how they explain how they still use gil, because sometimes in games, the same currency, and they don't explain how, but now it actually has an explanation. That's kind of cool. Small details like that.
From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
I don't even know what those are. Is that a cell phone? What are those?
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your home world. A Van Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo
What?
paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task.
So what was it, that voice?
This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails? Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Snay Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand. Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then, make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Send it to Totaru.
Consider it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Christine. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
So far, the voice acting in this expansion has been weird. The Crystal Exarch has got a good voice, but the other ones are a little interesting. As a result of the pact with Feo Ul, you now have access to delivery moogles, market boards, and summoning bells while we're in the first. Alright? The manager of suites. Alright. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the moment of your accommodation. You have a private room here in the Pendants for the duration of your stay. To make use of it as you see fit. When you're ready to retire, the manager will show you to the lodgings. Pray, rest, and recuperate, and we shall reconvene on the ocular anon. I believe that covers all of the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Vexus. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but maybe peaceful dreams attend to you nonetheless. A pleasure to meet you, sir, and welcome to your new home in the Pendants. Your room is ready, if you'd like to retire. Sure. Is this just the inn, or is this like the actual room we can decorate? It's a nice room. Ooh, that's an amazing view right there. You! Is that one of the Scions? Oh, it's the Warrior of Darkness. Amazing view.jpg.
I know you. You're the Warrior of Light from the Source.
I know you too. And who are you? No, the Warrior of Darkness.
What? Did you just... You can hear me?
There's blood all over his ex.
Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the Source. The Daft One, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed.
Ravana.
And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the Source, and try to hasten their God's damned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia, how she listened to our pleas, and returned our souls to the First. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood? 100 years. 100 long years. My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that? You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this god's-forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Guess we need to be a villain then. Right, I'm gonna get myself a drink, so I'll be right back. Wait, I'll wait till I can pause the cutscene. Alright, I think this gives me a little bit of time. Alright, be right back. I'm gonna grab myself a drink. Alrighty, we are back. Just give me a moment. I got my tumbler out. Threw in a ton of ice. And a good old Monster Energy. Took a little longer. Had to find my tumbler. There we go. Still blazing hot out here, so we're good to go. Let's go. Continue with the story. Speak with the Crystal Exarch in the Ocular, alright? Oh, that's good. That's a proper drink right there. Ice cold. Literally ice cold. Master Vexus, the Exarch awaits you within. Hello, Crystal Exarch.
How did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest. I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Northrend, the only area to be spared the flood of light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Il-Meg. That is where you'll find Eorzea. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armarang. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the city. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe. So, will it be Calusia or Armarang? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you've made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of sin eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Alright, so we gotta choose one of the main quests. In search of Alphino. The Crystal Exarch is eager for you to meet with Alphino. You will visit Alphino and Calusia then? Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is off the island of the west coast, so you need a mount capable of making the journey. Here's a letter of introduction, presented to Sam Jamal, the Master of Beasts at the Temana's Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on the warmest regards. Alright, so we got one. And we have both. In search of Eorzea. The Crystal Exarch is eager for you to meet with Eorzea. Ready to depart for Eorzea? Eorzea will be overjoyed to see you're safe. I know she will be particularly concerned for your well-being. She impressed upon me how regrettably the timing of her summoning was, repeatedly. I only hope that my part in sending you here will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is the letter of introduction addressed to a man named Kassar, the master of merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him in the Amaro Lounge, and he will see that you reach your destination. Alright, and so the story splits. Interesting. That's how it happened in Heavensward as well, and in Stormblood, I believe. Ooh, there's a bunch of quests here as well. Interesting. Alright. Gotta catch them all. Quest sync. Patrine is eyeing your empty hand. Ah, you're the Crystal Exarch's guest, aren't you? Quick, take this. Aha, got you. Now I need you to do is a brief survey for me. It will only take a few moments of your time. Speak to the people on that list and return here and tell me your thoughts on the current state of the Crysterium. Your cooperation is appreciated. Hello, Bilford. Cry for help. Bilford is looking for someone with time on his hands. You there. You look as if you could use something to occupy yourself with. I received a flyer soliciting help at Spagarix. But I am far too busy with my own duties to contribute. It seems a shame to not at least pass it on, though. They do good work. Vital work. If you're interested in offering your assistance, you'll find Spagarix just southwest of here. Fei Han should be more than willing to explain specific tasks volunteering would entail. Good day, sir. What brings you here? Ah, Servy. In that case, I should gladly tell you of our facility. Here in Ballistics, we store and maintain weaponry used in defense of the Crysterium. Before, you see our pride and joy, the crystal cannons. A truly inspiring piece of artillery unleashed blasts of pure evil drawn from the crystal itself. The destructive power they boast will even obliterate most sin eaters, if you can believe it. It's slightly unfortunate that they are so difficult to aim, I'll admit. But that's nothing the addition of a few more cannons can solve. Just try and dodge a half-dozen blasts of this coming your way in a general direction, you creepy bastards. That's the idea anyway. I suppose you should let get on with touring the facilities. If you have any other questions, you know where to find me. Well, there's one more up there. Is he down here or is he up there? He's up, up, up. Hello, Cyrus. Where do we go? Here we go. So there's quite a few side quests available here. Here's one. Astute Artisan. We got white oak bracelets. The Astute Artisan is openly staring. Pardon me for staring. I couldn't help but notice that you have the posture of one who was trained in martial arts. Might I beg your assistance with a small matter? A friend of mine has recently joined the guard, you see. I was hoping to put my skills to work in crafting her armor more than durable to standard issue fare. She's already been stationed down in Lakeland. I have her measurements, of course, but I find myself unsure which parts of the garment will need to be reinforced, and which need to hang a bit loose for mobility's sake. Would you be willing to demonstrate a few more common stances for me? Thank you. In that case, could you begin by showing me your battle stance? I may need a bit more to give around the shoulders. Would you mind throwing a few punches as well, as if you were boxing? I see. The entire torso needs to be able to twist, and the knuckle portion of the gloves could likely use a bit more padding. I believe I understand what alterations to make. You've been a great help. Thank you. I must say, the way you're wearing seems quite finely made, but if you ever do find yourself in need of new equipment, come and find me. We'll be happy to offer you a reduced rate on our custom work. That's 55,000 experience right now. Right, Cyrus, keep up. We're doing quests. Encumbered Amaro Tamer. Rope in one of the Pitrick surveys, were you? I'll try to keep this brief then, for both our sakes. Anyway, you're likely aware that the Amaro are vital in distribution and transport of goods, fleet and hardly as they are. They can't transport much in one go, as a chocobo-drawn carriage, but of course... but the time saved by the ability to fly makes more than up for that. There's no faster way to get something to the settlements and fortification Lakeland than by Amaro, that's for certain. Set now in its primary area for loading goods for transport, and as you can see, the launch platform extends behind me. If you want the Amaro to carry you, rather than a parcel, they can be arranged here as well. You need only speak to the tamers at the counter. In fact, if you have not yet the opportunity to ride an Amaro, I wholeheartedly recommend you do so while here. It's more comfortable than it looks, owing to the softness of their coats. Take that as my parting advice to you. Alright, let's wait with the main quest. Let's focus on all the side quests first. Run! Run away! Oh, darn it. You can't. Run away! God, I keep going the wrong way though. Any bird has need of you by your particular qualifications. Pardon me, might you be the Crystal Exarch's esteemed guest? I'd like to borrow your expertise if you have a moment to spare. There's a boy, you see, who frequents in the cabinets regularly. Like so many of his peers, he has never experienced a world outside the Crystarium, and so he comes here to catch glimpses in the pages of the time-worn books. I'm certain that what he truly desires to learn of the living, breathing world, however, the world as it is today through the eyes of one who's seen it. Might you share your experience with him? I believe you find him just up the stairs. Oh, he's there. Run. Chuntiled. Oh, can I assist you in looking for a particular volume? Patrick sent you to learn of the Cabinet of Curiosity. Very well, I shall endeavor to grant you the insight in its purpose. Many books that surround you have been collected from every corner of Northrend. Tomes of philosophy, history, art, but also fairy tales and personal memoirs. Any written work, regardless of its level of sophistication or monetary value, is a significant, if small, portion of our collective knowledge. That knowledge as a whole, it is what the cabinet contains. And of course there are far more versed in the depths and breadth of the collection than I. Have you spoken with Morin? Excellent. Well, if you're ever interested in perusing tomes pertaining to a particular subject, either he or I would be more than happy to assist you, and for our part, we would welcome the addition of any volumes that might happen upon during your travels. Curious child. You're from far away, and can you tell me what the outside world is like, pretty please? Oh, then can you tell me about the animals? There are a lot, right? Father says they're all dangerous, though. Is that true? Most are only dangerous if you make them mad. That's true. Really? Oh. What about what it looks like? Does the whole world look like Lakeland? Pretty much trees, dirt, whatever. Some of it more different than you can ever imagine. Ooh, I think I understand. But what about traveling? Mother says it's not worth it. There's nothing to see out there and it's too dangerous. But I want to go on adventures. What do you think? Mother's right, there's no point. It can be dangerous, but it's always worthwhile. I see. I'm sure now. I want to see the world. I'm going to study and practice martial arts. Then when I'm strong and clever, I'll go on an adventure. Thank you for letting me ask a few questions. And praise tell Auntie Bird that I'm going home. I have a lot of work to do. I wonder if Father will let me practice with his axe. Yes, I saw him dash past, eyes twinkling. I do believe in the magic of the written word. How could I not? It's not quite the same as meeting someone who's been there, who himself is part of the wider world. I've never ventured far from the Crystarian myself, you see, so I know the wonders of fascination that comes from hearing the fireside tales of travelers. You have my personal gratitude for sharing a bit of that with your young friend today. Levels of the Crystarian, and why exactly? There we go, that's why. Selgenloy. This is Temena's Rookery, where we breed, raise, and then train beasts of burden. You might have noticed the staff is primarily Zun. That is because, as a formerly nomadic tribe, the Zun developed the majority of the techniques for Amaro husbandry that are still practiced today, and many of us are trained them from early age. I personally pride myself not only on knowledge of my trade, but also the ability to impart it to others. It is much easier to learn something than to teach it, but unless each of us makes the effort to do both, all our ancestors' trove will be someday lost to time. A dirty trick. Sel Gunlu looks at you, and you look at him, and he looks at you, and you look at him. You should probably ask what he wants. If you've come here, and gaze at me with such bright and eager eyes, it can only mean one thing. You, sir, are an aspiring breeder. No need to be embarrassed, it's perfectly natural to take in the interest of mating habits of livestock, but those secrets are not for the uninitiated. I'm afraid you'll need to start with the basics, and I mean cleaning the stables. Gotta swoop the poop. What is up, Morin? That's the spirit. Now take this pungent sec. It's for your strill over in the Sweet Savvy. Sweet Savvy? What? Sweet Savvy? Okay, I don't know what he said. Where did we bring this? Art Burton. Anthibird. What is her Simba? Stryle. Hello there. Has anyone ever told you smell fertilizer? Well, because I have it with me. Ah, that explains it. Thank you. Without such fertilizer as this, we'd never be able to grow quantity of vegetables what we do. I usually provide Zel Guanlu, with produce in return. Would you mind taking it to him? Back we go. Hopefully the bag isn't too heavy. It's a root vegetable, and he likes the animal. It's full of root vegetables that he likes for the animals, and they do eat quite a bit. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Nothing, nothing, nothing. Didn't mean to talk to you yet. I mean to talk to this guy first. You're back. Yes, sir. And you brought me my vegetables. My, you're helpless industrious, aren't you? At this point, I should probably confess that I never actually mistook you for an aspiring breeder. I was joking, but my complete shock he did what I asked, so then, I thought to myself, surely he'll catch on if he tried to hand over a literal sack of shite, but... Point is, I got carried away. I apologize. Please take this as a payment for your efforts. Dude's just trolling us. I love it. Where is this guy anyway? He's up there or something. Oh, there he is. There we go. Earlith, or whatever his name is. Hold a moment, sinner. You're not from around here, are you? Fellow wandering soul, an eternal inhabitant on the road? I thought so. Earlith is the name. My aspiration is to travel the whole world, though it's a bit fair smaller than it used to be, so as far as dreams go, it's a lot more realistic than you might think. But danger still lurks in every corner and every bend. Even so, the sinner's got nerves of steel. He's a born explorer. Earlith, there's no land too distant or place too forbidden, aye. But what is that I spy poking at your pack? A log, if I'm not mistaken? Give it over if you want. Aha, I thought so. A record of fantastic vistas and unforgettable sights. For kindred spirits, a morrow of a feather. Excellent, excellent. It's the only right I share with you such wondrous experiences as you have with me. A collection of amazing vistas I catalogue myself that guarantee to rival the best you've ever seen. Northrend may be a shadow of its former glory, but there's still joy and excitement to be found if you know where to look, my friend. So I implore you, look, look, and look. Follow in my footsteps, savor every moment of the journey, and then, when you feel you have discovered every secret in the realm, every secret this realm has to offer, start again. I promise you won't be disappointed. Sightseeing log expanded. Alright, that's done. Shadowbringer's entry have been added to their sightseeing log. You must be disciples of war of level 70 or above to record Shadowbringer vistas. Travel to the locations indicated to fulfill the necessary conditions so you complete the entry for the vista, earning experience points in the process. Use your wits and notes provided by Earlith to identify these stunning sights in a proper way to appreciate them, and see Northland as only the greatest explorers have seen her. Alright, that's done. We've got one down here. Can we jump down? Yes. That looks like it's down. Still, it is a bit confusing, I have to say. Probably took a wrong turn somewhere. Well, let's turn this one in for now. You've returned, so tell me, how did you find the Castorium thus far? I'm impressed by the various facilities it houses. As am I, they are fruits of many years of labor. Laborious efforts on the part of the citizenry. Here in the Castorium, everyone contributes to bettering the city. One of my own roles, by the by, is to conduct research for the Settlement Council. We want our work to reflect community values and address outstanding areas of need. And the opinions of those who are newly come to the city are always valuable in that respect. Alright. Got that one done. Got Feihan over here. You don't appear to have any gaping wounds. Are you here for a tincture, perhaps? If so, I'm afraid it will take some time to repair. Oh, we got this thing. You've come in answer to your plea for help. Thank goodness. We don't have nearly enough manpower to keep out the demand for the politics and poultices and restoratives at present, and I constantly feel as if I'm mere moments away from losing my wit from the stress of it. In fact, if you're available to start right away, I'm in urgent need of someone who might be able to go to Hophorium for more dawn fatal cuttings and nectar. If you're unsure what to look for, never fear. Lino will direct you to the correct plant. Alright. I think I went to the wrong one. I think I need this one. The Hophorium. Lionel. Oh, a new assistant at Square Enix, are you? And what can I help you with today? Ah, Dawn Fatalis. Naturally, those are the brightly colored bush-like plants that you see. I recommend you take a cutting from the tallest one. We've been quite successfully in encouraging their growth of late, so you needn't worry about taking what you require. As for the nectar, you need to ask one of the researchers at the cauldron for that. It's a bit too difficult for an amateur to extract. Since it seems that you're first time encountering them, I may interest you to hear that the Dawn Fatalis is one of the few plants that have survived from the time before the Brute Flood. Then they were kept solely for their beauty, which I agree is quite remarkable. In the time since the flood, however, we have experimented with various cultivars to intensify their healing properties. They are now used in a variety of medicine. I hope they give you a bit of appreciation for the work we've done here, though I apologize for the digression. I'm sure you'll be wanting to get back to the Spegarus as soon as possible. That's a large flower. Alright, continue cutting of Dawn Fatalis. Dawn Fatal. Okay, we got this guy. Rep Researcher. I need some of the nectar, sir. From Square Enix, are you? One moment, please. This is a crucial moment for observing the results of this experiment. There appears to be very little difference in how these fertilizer components interact. It's a delicate balance, so perhaps our measurements were off. We should also consider whether it's the temperature that's causing the problem. Ah well, Fatal Nectar was it? Here you are. Have care that you put it to good use. Alright, so we got those. I guess these quests are mainly just for us to introduce to the city, to learn how to navigate the city. And then to the Docile Gate. One main quest, two main quests. We still have two quests here. And where was the that one's there actually. Feihan. Welcome back, doubly so if you have what I need. Perfect. I'm sure we'll be putting this to use right away. The patients haven't stopped coming, that's for certain. Our work can be grueling, I admit. For that reason, there are many who arrive who might join our ranks for themselves, quitting soon after. Thus are we so perpetually wanting for personnel. It's work worth doing, though. I was glad to have had your help with it today. Thank you. Alright, next up, we take, what is this? It's up there, it's up, is it? Yeah, it's up. So we need the Crystalline Mean, that's where we're going. Tradesman, eh? You've got the look about it. Interested in putting those skills of yours to undertaking a levy or two? It's all above board, all handed on the auspice of the Crystal Exarch, worry not. We process a dole out a mountain of levies every day. Register with us and you can peruse the open ones at your leisure. You'll be compensated too, in case you were afraid we're running some sort of charity. So shall I put your name down on the ledger? Right then, Vexus Jaeger, was it? Let me just finish out the fittings on this remaining bit of paperwork and then you'll be all set. There we go. Crystarium levies now available. You may undertake Crystarium levies by speaking with Erikur. Right, that one's unlocked. Back to Dark Knight. Then we have, what else do we have left? We got 2 more. Nuts to you and pour one out. So we have to teleport to Dependence. Lout. Looks like you might think you might be the right person for a questionable job. Oh, yeah, that, you're him, aren't you? Haldor's been asking about you. You know Haldor, eh? Clan nutsy, man. If you're keen to hunt the deadliest marks and the biggest bounties, that you might want to seek him out. You'll find him by the board over there, Rookery, though. If I were you, I'd steer clear of the whole nasty business. Bad for oneself, it is. Alright, and then we have this. Pour one out. So this one, the one we just picked up, is probably gonna unlock the, whatchamacallit, hunting log. Not the hunting log. The, clan hunts. Delfort seems troubled. What do we get? We get purple carrot juice. Good morrow, sir. I'm terribly sorry for asking this of a patron, but could you perchance find time to make a delivery for me? Just yesterday, you see, a customer, not a regular, I believe, he's visiting from outside Crystarium, came asking for a particular strong spirit that we're known to serve. At the time, we'd just run out, but I offered that our supply would have more ready today. He told me he would be fine, but he would require a bit for it to be delivered to his lodgings. He then paid quite a handsome sum in advance, before consuming more than half a dozen pints of ale in a short order and wandered off. This whole experiment's been incredibly odd. I do of course fully intend to provide him with the alcohol that he paid for, but I also cannot help but to be concerned by his behavior. It seems to me that someone ought to check in on him. Alas, between brewing and serving customers, it can seem time to slip away. Could I impose upon you to deliver the liquor in my stead, and inquire as to where the man's quite well? Elders should have the alcohol in question ready at the Musica Universalis, and as for eccentric patron, you'll find him in the Centenaries, assuming they gave me the correct information. Alright, so we got 2 more quests. We got 2 more side quests and 2 main quests. I think the one we'll start off with is In Search of Elfino. Present the letter of introduction to Zazam Jamai at the Temenos Rookery. Here on behalf of Darford, I have the liquor right here. You'll be delivering this to a customer of the Cadenaries, right? In that case, you do well to speak with the manager there. He's a helpful sort. Should make sure to get it to the right person. Also wonder what beast traps we're going to encounter here in this expansion. Since I've maxed out all the other ones right now, we can start doing the dailies again for them. How may I be of service? Ah, I see. The guest is somewhat indisposed, I'm afraid to say, but I'll ensure the liquor is delivered to his hands. If you will entrust it to me. Potent liquor. As to his condition, it does seem to have rather severe. His cries echo throughout the corridors late into the evening. Judging by what I had glimpsed, I fear that it is a mere matter of time ere he returns. But you need not concern yourself with that. Rest assured that we have matters well in hand here. A matter of time before he returns, eh? You say? I suppose that does explain it. It's hardly a wonder that he turned to drink. I'm sure you would agree. In the throat of such agony and despair, what is a man to do? I know not if it will bring him solace in the end, but nevertheless, I thank you for making the delivery. Alright, we got that done. And the other one is to just unlock our clan Centurio. Clan hunts. I haven't really encountered many of them in Stormblood. Up here. Or is he downstairs? I don't know. Oh, he's downstairs, so it's this one. Tamanda's Rookery. They did say that. I just ignored it. Haldor. Could it be the esteemed warrior himself? Well met, sir, well met. You're a very hard man to track down, by all accounts. Yet here you are, in the flesh. How very blessed I am to make your acquaintance. I'm Haldor of Clan Nutzy. Perhaps you heard of us? We've certainly heard of you, I can tell you that. A fighter, through and through. I'll come right to it. Interested in joining the clan? Apologies. Only a fool would sign up without knowing what we're about, and you're no fool, I can see that. The clan is, how shall I put it, an association of adventurous souls who make a living hunting notable fiends. Mark, as we wont to call them. Surely you're familiar with the concept. Northrend is home to myriad living creatures, many of which pose a threat to the here good people. Thus did the Exarch, at least I think it was him, in his boundless wisdom, call upon the settlement's council to develop a framework that would encourage motivated hunters to dispatch these menaces. To which your brave souls who slay marks shall receive due compensation. Not all bad arrangement, eh? If you have a mind to reap the benefits, speak with Zyle over there. She'll record your name in the ledger and see you registered as a clan member. May I help you, sir? At the urging of Haldor, was it? I see. You're plenty more than capable of acquitting yourself with well enough in battle, and so I have no grounds to refuse you. I hereby accept your application to join Clan Nutzy. Check the board for the latest bills. The tougher the mark, the better the reward. Hunt what you like, or nothing at all. However, you may only undertake designated appropriate for a member of your current status, a novice. The clan is declined to allow unproven hunters to commit suicide by mark. Once you have achieved sufficient measure of success, you will be permitted to peruse more dangerous fiends. Do not try to die before them. Well, I probably have to switch classes so I can pick up the next one. Clan Huntsy is now accessible. Yeah, oh wait, we can actually accept it. Level 73, we're 71. Alright. Haldor is pleased to see you're still alive and kicking. Still at it, are we? I thought you might be. Aye. It felt you had a bright future with Clan Nutzy, and sure enough, you're not dead yet. Which is more than I could say about some other poor sods. Even hear whisper that you cut the eye of the Elmuran patrons. What? No one told you? The whole system we've got here is the Crystarium first originated in Ulmor. Once upon a time, few perfumed gentlemen were bored out of their wits and desperate for entertainment, so they pooled up their considerable resources and started placing bounties on dangerous beasts to attract hunters. The original intent was to apparently to derive amusement from the gruesome deaths of those foolish and greedy enough to pursue the marks. A reprisable pastime, wouldn't you agree? Well, people are stronger and more clever than they may realize. Like you, one-nut marks hardly pose a challenge to you now, do they? All more reason to pester Xal for permission to take on 2-nut bills. Alright. So Haldor thinks you're ready to undertake 2-nut bills now, does he? How intriguing. Oh, why not? We're down a few ranking hunters, so perhaps you can make up for their absence. Do bear in mind that you should die whilst in pursuit of a mark, you will receive no compensation. You'll also be dead, which would be inconvenience for the both of us. We'll have great expectations for you, Hunter. My white mage can actually get some experience, so... Right, next one. How do you like 3 nuts? Haldor seems positively giddy to see you again. Hey there, killer. Getting bored of these 2-nut hunting marks, I wager? Aye, there might have been enough to get blood pumping and the heart racing before. It's only a matter of time before the excitement fades. I know exactly how you feel, my friend. I myself can think of nothing more exciting than being driven by mortal limits, to be forced to bring fang and claw to bear when weapons shatter and you're scrambling to survive whatever it is at hand. Who are we to deny you that singular sport, eh? That's why I recommend you for 3 nut marks. Be proud, soon you'll be dancing with death herself. Go and speak with Zyle. I'm sure she'll be absolutely thrilled to grant you this wonderful privilege. So you wish to hunt 3 nut marks now, do you? I thought as much when I saw you approach. Also, Hodder has been clamoring day and night for you to be granted permission, so there was that too. Whenever the subject of you and your exploits come up, he's filled with a fiery passion. It is as though he lives vigorously through your tales. If any event, if you desire greater challenges, then you may have them. Do be mindful of the increased risks of pursuing these marks. You are no use to us dead or horribly maimed. You're now permitted to take bills for 3 nut marks from the clan hunt board. Alright, and then we got the last one, elite marks. Too many nutters. Halder believes you're ready to take an important step. There he is, the Star Hunter of Clan Nutsy himself. Backed yourself a godly number of 3 nut marks, have we? But it's not enough, is it? Don't deny it. No. You need to experience... Nay, you need to experience it all. The terrifying lows, the dizzying heights, the creamy middles, and they need it too, if not more. Why else would these Emirian bastards offer bigger and bigger bounties? They're waiting for you to slip up, just once, to give them a spectacular death, but you won't go quietly. Oh no, you'll bleed them for every last kill and then some. And soon you have the chance to do so on an entirely different skill. How ask? By slaying elite marks, that's how. That's like nothing you've ever faced before. Wild and unpredictable, possessed of surpassing strength and guile. Many are the men who've left to slay such fiends never to return. But their failures will only serve the reason... No. But their failures will only serve to season the dish that is your victory. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Extrinsic and intrinsic, no? Which is why you must speak with Zal without further delay. Oh, it's you. Come to beg permission to hunt elite marks. That I cannot grant. Just the other day, your very own leader fell in battle with such a beast, torn to shreds and devoured. Nary a trace to remain to be buried. I cannot in good conscience allow one of the most promising hunters to throw a life away as he did. For now I must insist you content yourself with 3 nut marks. Now wait just a god-darned minute. Oh, cutscene. It's the Moogle! With a blue palm. Wicked white, but you're... Nutsy, your fearless leader, still alive in Kupoi, I'll have you know. My Halder described in exactly detail how the beast snatched you out of the air. How, as you struggled to free yourself in vain, you were disemboweled and depalmed. Certainly not. As you can see, I'm in a picture of perfect health, Kupo. No thanks to the villain Haldor, though. I'd say he was the aspiring depalmer, considering how many times he nearly chopped it off in the midst of our battle with that elite mark. I rather think you're the only... well, English. Why is my reading so bad? I rather think you have only yourself to blame for that. After all, was it not you who encouraged him and the others to strike you down and claim leadership? Aye, aye, for the thrill of it. Which he gave me and then some, if only by his poor attempts at treachery. The weakling wouldn't last moments against me in a stand-up fight. As you may have gathered, it takes a certain character to rise within the highest echelons of the clan. You gotta eat, sleep, and breathe danger. You gotta love putting it all on the line for elite marks and elite hunters besides. You got to bloody mad. You've got to be bloody mad, so congratulations, Vexus, you're in. Are you sure this is Weiss? Weiss Schmeiss, he's a killer. I want to see him kill. I want to see him die. More blood for more clan... Wow. More blood for Clan Nazi. More blood, Kupo. If that's ridiculous philosophy that's losing us hunters by the boatload, how are we supposed to build a sustainable organization where you keep encouraging people to kill themselves in the most violent and pointless ways possible? You see, the thing is... I just wanted to say that you may be the most promising new hunter I've seen in ages. Brilliant work out there. Really marvelous. Jolly good. And on that note, goodbye. Meow. One day I'm going to rip the palm off your head and shove it down your goddamn throat, you furry little shite. Damn. Anyway, may now hunt elite marks. To try not to die. If you happen to run into our fearless leader in the field, kill her. Blood for the blood god. Alright. Alright, I think that's all the quests we have available. So, we got everything done here. Let's go for Elfino. We're going for Elfino first or LSA? I think we go for Elfino first. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yeah, I can provide you with an Amaro for passage to Colusia. I'll pick you up. I will pick you out, a friendly whelp. Amaro, say. Not a chocobo, then? That's right. Mounts like my grey friend over here are common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from a further field. May more accustomed to chocobos, perchance. Here there are few places where they ride little elves. Seeing as you're plainly unaccustomed to riding a Amaro, I think it's best to accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zun worth the name could do it, of course, by the Exarch sent you myself. But the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you safely arrive is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready my mounts. Deliver. Speak with the aspiring Amaro trainer. That's up there, so Amaro launch. Gonna get a cutscene, I guess, from entering the new area. Gotta make sure we take the right one. This one. You want to fly to Amaro to you want to fly in Amaro to Colusia? Colusia? Well, I suppose if Master Genmo is going with you. Wait here, please. The master should be along here with the mount shortly. You can now travel to Colusia. Speak with the aspiring Amano trainer to fly to the island. You can also use your Ever Compass to assist when locating Ever currents in new regions. The Ever Compass can be found in the collection. Okay. Yeah, already found it. Yo, Malachi, welcome in, buddy. We are entering the first area of...
breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
Norvand Colusia. Interesting looking city. Alright. We have arrived. This is Cracked Shell Beach on the eastern coast of Colusia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Siniar's attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy that city in the distance? That is Yulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in skill, and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Yomurian elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They've gone as far as to offer the other leaders of other settlements their protection if we bend the knee. But so say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we're not at war, our relationship with Yulmor is stained at best. It may be wise to consider ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. I'm glad we understand each other. Now, the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friends a good deal easier. Listen closely. I see. Yeah, I've literally just entered Shadowbringers. Okay, the area is quite large, it seems. Whatever Zam Jamal has to tell you, he plainly deems it worthy of your undivided attention. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Eobor. Eobor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Kalusia and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme. That will let him know you can be trusted. Here, it should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with you tomorrow until you're ready to return. Right, so what I usually like to do is before we go do anything, I'm just going to go off and explore. Just going to explore the whole place. See if we can find those Ever currents to the southwest, alright? Just want to try and get my hands on that Ephorite that's up there somewhere. You got a yellow gobu. What are these goblins? Oh, we got the original goblins from... Interesting. That's Final Fantasy 1 goblin right there. So usually before I quest, I just try to explore what I can on the area. So far, I can't really say that this... I didn't know what to expect, what the area was going to look like. This is my first time seeing it. It's a little... It makes sense, you know, with the whole story. It's a little over-brightened, I suppose. I'm gonna assume these work the exact same way as the other ones do. Yeah, okay, so it's quests and Ever currents. Probably won't be able to explore everything due to the fact that some of these areas might only be accessible as flying, kind of like the other areas have been so far. Oh, we've been doing a good job so far. There's an Ochu over there. How many crystals are there? 1, 2, 2, 3. There's 3 crystals in one area, what the heck? This is the first time I ever see 3 crystals in one area. We've seen 2 before, but never 3. There's probably a divide in between them or something, like in the other areas. Let me attune to this crystal for now. Got a giant-ass elevator up there. Cyrus is still coming along with me. Are you at the same story as I am right now, Cyrus? Yeah. Can't climb up there, darn it. Are you at the exact same part? Nice, nice, nice. This area is quite large, yeah. Is it larger than other areas? I'm not really sure. Alright, so that's... Okay, so we can't explore whatever is... Can we? Maybe we can. I'm just gonna try it. Like I said, I always take the most... Well, I'm gonna take my time exploring. There's no need to rush anything, you know? That's what I always do. Probably should have attuned that one. Oh well. We got a cave here. Is that a cave? It doesn't open though. I'm assuming we can explore this part here. No. No. I cannot. Maybe? Ah, bugger. Guess we can't. Guess we'll have to wait till we can fly. It's interesting to see that we can't swim. This is not Dune. Welcome in, Carl. No, this is indeed not Dune. No, this is Final Fantasy XIV. Normally we'd be streaming Dune, but my co-streamer currently is busy. She's on a holiday, so I haven't decided to not play Dune today. We'll be playing Dune again soon. Welcome in. How's your weekend coming along? I realize it's Friday, and normally on Friday we stream Dune. What is that? Giant mecha frog. Interesting. I've seen those in Final Fantasy before, I just don't remember which one. Do we even have access to this giant elevator? This might be story locked for now. Who knows? Maybe we can. Bottom rung. So is that insert? Give me a second. Insert home. So is that story progression or is that thing coming down? I don't see it moving. I'm gonna assume that that is story progression, so we probably won't be able to do that just yet. Like I said, there's a divide. That's how they did it in Heavensward. That's how they done it in Stormblood. They put up a divide and you won't be able to go there until much later in the story. Doing pretty good, doing pretty good. I have just recently started doing Shadowbringer, which is the third expansion of Final Fantasy XIV. And this was long overdue. This is something I've never played before, so really interested to see how this goes. Okay, so we won't be able to get that ether current, that's for sure. Yeah, so we'll probably won't be playing Dune this week. 7 original. Oh man. How far are you in the original 7? I like 7, though it's not in my top 3. A lot of people always put the original 7 in their top 3. And though it was one of the first ones I played when it comes to Final Fantasy, it is, yeah, it's not in my top 3. So for me, I'm a big fan of 6. 6 was the final game of the Super Nintendo era, you know. 1, 2, and 3 were on NES. 4, 5, and 6 were Super Nintendo. So you could definitely tell they pulled out all the stops when they made 6. They pushed the Super Nintendo to its limits. Then for me, the PS1 era, you had 7, 8, and 9. For me, I'm a really big fan of 9. So for me, the best one was 9. Again, being late in the PS1 era. So it was like, you know, at the peak of the PS1 era. They reached their limits to what they could do. And you can definitely tell, because it looks amazing. And then for me, the other one is Final Fantasy XII. Which was the last one on the PS2 era. Ten was good though. I like 10. But for me it's 12. That's like with the story and everything. That's what made it special to me. It's the world that the world of Ivalice, which is what our 12 plays in. And 14 is pretty good as well, the one I'm playing right now, though it's not your traditional Final Fantasy because it's online. It's a pretty good game. The story is cool. There's, you know, traits of all Final Fantasies. Like right now, I just encountered a hobgoblin. I have never seen a goblin in this game, not that kind of goblin. These are the exact goblins from Final Fantasy 1, which is kind of cool. We got that crystal while we're here. Can we get another Aephorite here? North. That one seems out of our reach as well. So we can only get one Aephorite so far, or one Aether current. Alright, so we did our lap. This is literally all we can explore for now, the bottom part. So I've played Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, and 4 on my channel. And I was doing the after years. I need to pick that up again. Here, look at these hobgoblins. These are... they look kind of cool. These are the goblins from the original Final Fantasy. Hello, Ivor. What are you after? Fish? Crab? Think I got an eel in a barrel somewhere if you taste for him? Eels are pretty good. Smoked eel. Oh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in a pan and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now what is that can do for you? Can't say there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alphino, eh? I know the one. Our young champion downtrodden. Amor's richer than all Northern put together. There's a different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him, but you need somewhere quiet to meet, away from the prying eyes. Make for Stilltide. That's the fishing village just up the path here. You're looking for a run-down excuse for a tavern and a local called the Leaky Keel. Wait there, and I'll see Alphino Jones you. think I was playing Black Desert Online when this came out. Sounds about right, I'd say. Yeah. I think it came about or out at the same time. Never played Black Desert myself. I do know of it though. Should probably summon my chocobo. We have an Amaro for hire if you're interested. Actually, before I forget, let me add your name to our register. That way you'll be able to come back here anytime you like. No need to. We need to go inside this little tavern. It's a little tavern, alright? This is your first time in a tavern? Is it customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter? What will you be having? Give me some ale. Fine choice. What will you be paying with? Well now, those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear. I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity. I'm not about to go back into one from the neighbors, so we'll just have to come up with some other arrangement. Ah, here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables. Lately, the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say of a bit of extermination work? Why don't you just squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me sleeping on a job. He will be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like it is not. Do that for me, and you can lace about here as long as you like. So, wonder if you know, Kyle, if you recognize this armor my chocobo is wearing. Did you ever watch the Final Fantasy movie? I always wondered if that was part of the lore. Which specific one, as there are multiple ones? Are you referring to the spirits within? That has nothing to do with any Final Fantasy. Now, if you're referring to Advent Children, then that's a continuation of Final Fantasy VII. Spirit one, yeah, the Spirits Within. I have watched it several times. It's not the best movie. It's not the worst either, but yeah. People, they should probably not have called it Final Fantasy. Because it doesn't really feel like I'm Final Fantasy, and maybe that's the problem. Alright, Melvin's got his bar to... Ooh, nice. GG. Huh. He's wearing Jojimbo's armor. Let's see. Companion. Appearance. Jojimbo's barding. Jojimbo from Final Fantasy X. I see. I Platinum 10 and 10 2. So I will be recording those again in the future on my channel as well, because I haven't had them on my channel. That was before I started streaming. No response, maybe you should knock louder, alright? But yeah, 10 is a great one. A really pain in the butt to Platinum though. No response, perhaps the occupant is hard of hearing. Knock down the door. Blast a hole in it. You hear a faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. That's what I said. Just knock down the door. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. Gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up the residence in their absence. Yeah, so we're currently doing Shadowbringer. And we've like literally just touched the start of it. And there's 2 more expansions after this. Let me think. After Shadowbringer is Endwalker. After Endwalker is Dawntrail. And after Dawntrail, Everwinter or whatever it's called is coming up. That expansion is about to be released. So yeah, I'm like way behind, and I've just taken my sweet time to just explore and do whatever I want. No need to rush anything. I'm really enjoying the game as it is. Welcome back, dear. What did a good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town, outside of Yulemore, you don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And here I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat, whatever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house. Yeah, I'm just really exploring as I go, but like I beat Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, the after years, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 2. I played a lot of 11, but it's an MMO. 12, 13, 13, 2, 13, 3. 14 I'm playing right now. Never beat 15 100%, but I did beat 16 100%. I did Type O, I did Crystal Chronicles, Advanced Tactics. I played a lot of them 100%, so like collecting everything there is. But yeah, I need to redo some of them because these were played a long time ago. Gotta let the dog out before he rips up the carpet. Do your thing, Carl. Do your thing. Hey, that's Elfino. Pretty sure that is, judging from his voice.
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Surprise.
'Tis good to see you, my friend.
The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfino, you really are a dear.
Welcome in, Valkyrie. How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. 11 was a great MMO, yeah. I played 11 for a few years. And then World of Warcraft came out. Played World of Warcraft. I didn't come back to 11 after a long time. So I played 11 after like 6 years of World of Warcraft. And at that time, Final Fantasy XIV started popping in. Now, 14 1.0, which I played because I got the Collector's Edition still sitting on my shelf, the original 14, was very similar to 11, honestly. 14 kind of felt like 11. And for some reason, well, I guess I know the reason, but 14 didn't do quite so well. You know, 11 was great because 11 was before World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft changed a lot in the MMO scene. So when 14 came out and it was still kind of like 11, it just didn't sit well with most people because it didn't feel like World of Warcraft, if you will. So, you know, they destroyed whatever was left of 14 1.0 and they built A Realm Reborn 2.0. And honestly, A Realm Reborn is very close to the playstyle that World of Warcraft has. A lot more than 1.0 ever was. I'd say 1.0 looked more like 11, and 2.0 looked more like World of Warcraft, if you will. Or not looks, but how it played.
Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. The time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Me? I was worried about you. We thought we'd lost you.
Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before. I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral Calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the Calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means.
Yep.
And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure? And so we take to the road once more.
And so the story progresses. Level up. Okay, we unlock some side quests. Let's go. Hello, Elfino. Elfino's ready to take the road once more. Assuming you have no objections, let us make the way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west and then cross a small bridge. Well, side quest first. We've got Strong-Willed Wife. Strong-Willed Wife taps her foot in impatience. Out of all the useless... You there, have you seen the timid mouse of a man cowering in a corner somewhere? I'm talking about my husband, clumsy, overcautious clod that he is. All I asked was for him to bring some shellfish back for dinner. He's been gone for bloody hours. I hate to inflict my troubles on a stranger, but if you're headed down to the beach and spot my good-for-nothing husband, tell him to get a move on with the main course. Caddy's looking over some food stores, her face a mask of concern. This should be enough to last at least until all those scaly buggers are taken care of. These days seems nothing more than pests. These days it seems there's more pests than people living in the still tide. With all these hopefuls running off to Yulmore. Those flying lizards are the worst of the lot though. You can't even leave for an honest day's work anymore without a swarm of them flapping sky demons ripping out our heels from the governor's row. Don't get me started on their leader, Jaculus we call him. With the way the vicious blighters comes after you, you'd think he bloody owns the place. Someone needs to topple that little tyrant. None of us fancy losing a finger. Were we up to the challenge? If you're keen to draw him out, just skewer a couple of these brute mates. They'll get his attention soon enough. Alright, we got one more quest over yonder. Here it is. The Forlorn Fisherman. The Forlorn Fisherman seemed lost and broken. Oh, that sigh wasn't for you. I was just thinking about a friend. The damn fool got tired of the heart life, you see. Tried to sail to the mainland in our little fishing boat. Said he'd come back and fetch me after he'd found his fortune. His body washed up on the shore yesterday. I wonder if his last thoughts were for his home or for the shores of the land he never reached. Sniff. Actually, sir, if you have not better to do than listen to me sob, I'd appreciate a hand collecting his belongings. They're scattered along the sands, but I don't know that I'll find them all before the wave steals them out to sea. Alright, let's see, 1, 2, where's the third quest? 1, 2, 3, alright, I see. Right, got the ring. There's a necklace. There's one all the way back there. And a fishing rod. Snapped. Alright, that's one quest. Who are you? What do you want with me? Wife's wondering where I am. Has it been that long? Oh, I tried to dig up one of those tide clams that she likes, a good-sized one too, but the claw shot out from under the sand and almost clipped my arm off. Say, you seem a capable sort. You think you could lend me a hand? Oh, thank you. You should be able to find the spot I was digging for not far from the water. Just watch out for those snippers. Alright, so we got one more, but we can't climb up here, so we gotta walk up there after we're done. You're not missing a limb or anything, are you? No, sir. Yes, look at the size of this thing. My wife will be pleased. She'll be mad that I had to ask you for help, but I'll be worth it when she sees the price you claimed. In fact, I'm sure she'll want to thank you in person. Come on, let's head back to the village. Is there any triple tried guys in here? No. Can I climb up like that? No. Blah. Right, there he is. Right, 3 side quests done. Do we get anything useful from him? Just gold and experience, it seems. Yeah. My apologies, stranger. It seems my husband caused you more trouble than I expected. Aye. You're a proper pain in the posterior, you are. Here, take this and drop it off at the Leaky Keel. I hear you slew some shelled monster who what came between him and that clam. Good thing too, if he'd stood his ground, he'd be burying whatever parts of him was left. Thank you. The man has his faults, but strike me if I don't love him all the same. Now I'd better make something to fill his belly when he comes back. Nice thick clam stew, I reckon. Alright, Caddy. You got the bite, little bastard then? Shadow be praised. Now maybe you can work in the fields in peace. If you haven't done the deed, I wasn't afraid that I'd start running out of food and no wish to watch anyone starve to death. I know we could move to Gate Town and live on the hands out of Mew. I like the rest of them, but we have our pride. If there's any choice in the matter, we've taken care of our own needs while we can, with little help from the battle-savvy traveler such as yourself, of course. Did you find something? Yeah, we got a whole bunch of items. Aye, these are his things, alright. We made the rod ourselves, me and him. I lost count on the number of times he slipped away to go fishing instead of grubbing about in the fields. So, he should have known better than to try crossing those choppy waters in that tiny boat. I told him. Wicked White, how many times I told him, and then he swallowed him up and spat him out, the damned fool. I suppose I'd better bury the bits and pieces with him and then get back to work. Thank you for your kindness, stranger. Alright, we continue with the main quest. Open arms, closed gate. Any trolls under the bridge? No. No trolls. Galusha seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar. I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in distant worlds, people are much the same. To think whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No, get away from me! Over there. Quickly, someone's in trouble. Medic Madame. Oh, thank the fates. Look out! Forgiven cowardice. It's a flying horse thing. That bunny that we saw at the start must be pretty strong if she could cut him in half with one attack. My poor heart. Thank you, young sir. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings, but I see if the situation well in hand. Fine work. Oh, you're right, madame. Just a few bruises from when I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store before me. For me, before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear my scream. Not that I let that stop me. Probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Eorzea with the rest of them. Doubt these fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoiding wandering alone. That should make the senior's task any easier. Thank you again. You saved my life. And I'm sure a strapping lad like you has little to fear. But I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's not aught to be here but cobwebs and memories. This is the lady says. Many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Eorzea's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few who would strive to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? A brief history then. It was not long after the flood swallowed the better part of the world that the Sin Eaters first appeared. Some beastly, some beauteous. Yet regardless of their form, all seem incapable of speech and all are driven by the same insatiable appetite for mortal ether. They are predators and we are their prey. Galusha suffers far fewer attacks than most regions, but even so, the list of Sin Eaters' victims grow longer by the day, a tragedy without end. Still, we've won a small victory yet, for the time at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. Hey, appreciate you joining, Cyrus. It was fun running around with you and doing a dungeon. You'll be able to catch up soon enough with me. I'm gonna take this slow as usual. As you can see, doing all the side quests, etc. And reading everything, so if you don't care about the side story and just skip most of that story, you should be able to get in really quickly. I'll probably play for about another 40 minutes and I'll call it quits for today. Oh, the city's there. I thought the city was up there. Interesting. Didn't even realize there's Yulmore. So it's like the refugees in Yulda again.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh? I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
He's not here to compete. Leave him be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please! Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu. Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We may not at all.
Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the City of Splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor. Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident! For you! Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gate Town, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity, yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
They remind me a bit of the Zul and Tool, I think, what they were called, from Final Fantasy IX. Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far been for naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest of ever-changing rules. They say the policy has been in place for the last 2 decades, ever since Eulmore's current ruler came into power. Yet from what I've seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from a shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I've tried to propose ways that could improve their lost, but my words invariably fell on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now, I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gay Town and judge the situation for yourself. Alright, we got a few side quests as well. Looks very flamboyant. Still here, aren't you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Eulmore's spy. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced bread and make a home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much to look at, aye, but at least it's safe, and the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. Yeah, I wonder what that meal is. That doesn't really sound like something I would eat. Looks very suspicious. A feeling in the belly. The word wave looks around in desperation. Or wife. Wave. Please, won't anybody help us? It's my brother. His belly hurts so much he can't even move. I don't think it's fresh water. But was fresh at all. Could you talk to the potion maker for us, mister? I already tried, but when she started explaining the things he wanted for the medicine, I got scared and ran away. Aspiring songstress. The aspiring songstress wishes to practice our singing without interruption. What have we here? An admirer came to exult in the purity of my vocal splendor. No, well... Grr, you should feel honored to meet me if I was allowed to test the limits of my instruments. One day I shall be the talk of Eulmore, nay, of all Norvend, but first I must secure a venue in which to practice. If I sing but a fraction of my full volume, the credits around here become so unreasonably angry, insulting even. Thus I have taken to finding a quiet spot near the coast. Yet even there my skills and thrills seem to drive the wildlife into a frenzy. I can scarce begin my practice before I'm forced to flee from some enraged beast. You look like I've seen your share of fighting. What say you standing guard and allowing me to my fair share of singing? Pretty please. Right, we got a bubbling cook pot. Let's see. Large pot bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks, meal, you realize, floating in the otherwise plain broth. Right, we got a unfulfilled forager. The unfulfilled forager has a craving for meat. Ah, what I wouldn't give just for a mouthful of juicy meat. I've eaten nut but meal for moons than I can count. I mean, I'm grateful for handouts and all, but sometimes a man needs a variety. Aye, I've had my roasted game bird about now. It'd strip that beauty down to the bone. But have you ever tried catching one of them tragopans? It's like akin to having your eyes pecked out. What? You reckon you could do better? Go ahead then. Make me eat my own words, just as long as they come with a side dish of bird flesh. Make sure to bring it back alive and kicking, you understand? Here's a rope to toss it up, and a sack to carry it. You might need to daze it a bit first. Damn, dude, let's go to sleep. It's Friday, Robin. Welcome in. I'm about to sleep at around 1 o'clock, so about 30 minutes from now. Tia Reeg is wrinkling his nose in displeasure. Oh, my poor sensitive nose. Do not smell that awful stench. What we require is a strategically placed sachet of ground Colusian sage. The trouble is, I'm not quite willing to die in the process of obtaining said herb. What of you, sir? There's a sage apparently plenty near the clave. Should the promise of reward overshadow any fear you might have of stabbing a tooth and rending the claw, 2 generous bunches should suffice. Went to bed after work. I had some alcohol after my work, because we had a inventory stock count, inventarisatie, and I had like 2 or 3 beers, but I was already tired, so I could definitely feel those beers hitting. So when I got home, I also slept for a little bit. Not long though, like an hour or so. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that awaits me inside those walls. Will they ever pick me? I wouldn't say beautiful, but okay. Well, I wasn't drunk though. I just noticed that like my body was feeling maybe a little tipsy, and that's because I was tired as well. Normally 3 beers is not gonna do anything, but if you're tired, alcohol hits way harder. We got a peasant potion maker. Welcome, welcome. What concoctions are you after today then? Ah yes, I remember. The young girl and her ailing brother. I'd used the last of my bark, you see. All I wanted was for her to gather some more of the trees on the cape. The way she ran off, you'd think I'd ask for a bowl of her blood or something. You're welcome to collect a few strips in our stead if you like, although I don't expect you to want to bother. Still here? Very well. Find some trees and use this knife to very carefully peel 3 pieces of nice dry bark. I won't hold my breath. Yeah, I was really excited to play this. It's the new expansion we're in right now. And not the latest expansion, it's just the newest expansion for me. This is the part of the game I've never played. Should come back to us, Robin. We got more people joining the guild now. The guild is close to leveling up again. This game is better than Where the Wind Meets. Oh, nice. What time is your D&D session then? Because my stream is until like 10. It starts at 10. Okay, that's pretty late, yeah. What time are you guys ending? Okay, we got some Collusion Sage over here. That's 1. I see, I see. Yeah, D&D is always fun. This is where the person to sing, right? Yeah, aspiring songstress. There we go. Ah, so invigorating to sing here. I feel as if my voice rings clear across the sea. Now, if you would be so kind to intercept any nuisance before they ruin my practice, I should be most appreciative. Okay, we got a big chonker. Yeah, last time I played, I was playing a different variety. Like I think I was playing a Warhammer D&D. So in the Warhammer universe. But you know, Warhammer universe, Warhammer Fantasy at least, and D&D aren't too far apart, I suppose. Of course, the 40k one is different. Ah, that was simply wonderful. You don't know how long it's been since I was last able to sing to my heart's content. That's all thanks to you. Let us return to town so I might show you the proper gratitude. Just released? I see, I see. Well, technically you could turn anything into a D&D. Like, you could make one out of Dune, you can make one out of Star Wars, The Walking Dead, whatever, you know. D&D is just basically the style of game. Walking Dead D&D might be interesting. I see, I see. Yeah, I mainly played digital D&D, so like games like Baldur's Gate, etc. Never really gotten into D&D myself that much. I kind of wanted to, never got the chance to, so I focused on other things. It's kind of the same with the tabletop. Always wanted to go tabletop, never really got to it. Got too many hobbies, got too many things to do, so it's not like I... You know, I'm looking at these things like D&D and tabletop, and I'm like... Then I look at the current hobbies, and I'm like, which one do I want more? Do I want the hobbies I'm already doing, or do I want these? And so even though I'm really interested in D&D and tabletop stuff, they're not gonna be on top of my other things like streaming. I prefer streaming. I see you finally came to your senses. Let's have that knife, Vic, then. But, you know, to each their own. What is this? You actually went to the Harvest of Bark? What could you possibly hope to gain? Kindness will get you nowhere in this rotten town. What a rare soul you must be. I suppose I have no choice but to mix up the cure, I promised. I've mixed some herbs and powders together with the bark you brought. A few pellets a day should soon settle this ache in the lad's stomach. Never mind the payment. After all, it's all you who's done most of the legwork. You know, I'd hoped to trade my healing skills for a life in Eorzea, but maybe my place is here, amongst the people of the desperate. To help for the sake of helping. To be needed. Aye, it's not a bad feeling. Alright, we were able to convince him maybe not to go to Eorzea. They should, like, there's 2 towns here where the Ephraite just lived there and built something. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. I got paid yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Well, technically the day before yesterday, since it's Saturday now. So I'm gonna send my cards over from Japan. I'm gonna do one with the plane, and the other 3 with the boat. Because the one with the plane will probably keep me stocked till the others arrive. If I send them by boat, I'm gonna need about 3 months for them to arrive. But that one box should probably, you know, 3 months is like 12 streams. I reckon that one box should be able to take care of that. Did you go and see the potion maker? And I can always order some other stuff from local places here. For my brother. Oh, thank you, mister. You saved his life. You'll be wanting coin then, right? I'm not sure if we... No, I'm good. I got 1,000,000 coins right here. What do you mean, nothing? Here, you must take these at least. I collected them myself. Thank you again. She got a ring. Alright, I'll take the ring, sure. Alright, appreciate that, Robin. Yeah, probably about 20 minutes, but I'll kick it off as well. Talk to you next time. Maybe tomorrow. Thank you ever so much for your help. I almost wish I could keep you as an assistant. I know I seem to be struggling through a rough patch at the moment, but once I make a name for myself in Humor's cabaret show, the privilege will be climbing over each other to offer me a patronage. And then, when I'm wealthy and famous, you shall have your reward you deserve. For now, however, this is all I can afford. Consider it an advance payment. Good night, man. Teorig. How fared the harvesting efforts? Pretty good. Yes, this is a goodly amount. My thanks. A moment while I prepare an experimental satchel. Just grind these up and sprinkle this and a dash of that. And it's done. What's your current project? Okay. What do you mean with project, Melvin? Morzang? This akin to inhaling a springtime breeze. I must begin producing these fair-scented pouches in bulk. You, sir, have the privilege of putting my aromatic creation to the test. Place one of the sachets behind this foul-smelling shack and inform me of the results. What do you mean, what's my current project? The rank fumes permeating the air are slowly replaced by a pleasant, refreshing scent. Did my sachets prove the victor in the contest of fragrances? Sure did. Well, that is satisfying to hear. I should continue to manufacturing these pockets out of sage and proceed with the secreting them about the place. The thing is, the folks of Gate Town often paw through the refuse discarded by the free citizens of Yulmore. Such shelved items have, however, spent no short span of time moldering amongst the actual garbage. Thus the offensive odor and I have been forced to endure, but no longer. Thank you. My olfactory senses will be spared. Pray accept this token for your trouble. Tell me there's a bird in that sack. Of course. Oof, that's a feisty one. Nice work, stranger. And seeing this fellow all tossed up for the dinner table reminds me of being back in Steeltide. It's been years since I left the chase after the Yulmore's promises, but I'm no closer to getting through that gate than when I started. Maybe it's time I gave up on my hollow dreams and went home to my old mom. Anyway, my thanks for the bird, friend. You've seen what Gaytown has to offer. These people can no longer fend for themselves. They become dependent on handouts of mule I believe humor is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to convince any other way of life. A fickle existence. Alvino wears a look of profound disapproval. Disapprove of these people's way of life? Disapprove? It frustrates me, certainly. There's only a part of it, though. The whole situation makes me uneasy. Not that it matters, however. However unjust the system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it's hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forgo Yulmor's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they're all about forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the land are left empty, unattended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I'm not convinced that Yulmor's generosity truly serves the best interest in Kolosha's people. I'm not so naive as to think that there's some miraculous solution to all of this, yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from the poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I've taken those long-delayed steps through Yulmor's gates. It's fortunate you arrived when you did, Vexus. I've been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There's a beast tribe who makes its home in the sea surrounding the island. The Ondo, they are called, though you and I know them as Sahagin. For the most part, they keep to themselves in the ocean grottos and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But, as Tutaru took great pains to impress me during their stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular. When I offered to produce such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Yomuran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet them with them on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? Alright, count me in. Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first, we must first pay a visit to Moshe Moa, my supplier in Right. Come, it's just to the northwest of here. We can actually teleport to Right. This is something I can do for your friend. Good day to you, Mushimoa. This is my associate, Vexus. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. Huh? I loaded your lucky up with goods not long ago. My lucky? I know no such person. Mr. Let, short blue hair? No. He said I'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. Found it. Someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If the charlatan was here not so long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of town, and I shall take the west. Wood eyes. Okay, we haven't seen that one before. I think. Like a treant. Search your surroundings for a male mistle with short blue hair. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a likely suspect and inspect him with left mouse button. You've located your quarry. That was easy. Vexus, any sign of him? Right over there. You have a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes a good escape.
There you are. The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea. Get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear. Must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kaishia, it was the difference between life and death.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure if you actually saved him though.
I do not regret my decision. Yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best.
Exactly.
We strive to bring swift salvation to this world. That countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
That's not who you are.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfino, ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending. Shall we return to Rite then? Is that? I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble. Come on, they may need our help.
He's got good vision though, he's far away, jeez. Oh, we got an Aoife here. I missed this one. Oh, I'm glad we got it. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy, mercy, I beg you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. Poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him when I get the fire going. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay his kindness? We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why didn't you begin by telling us your name? Tristal. I was invited to Yulmore to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out into the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Vaidre's city. Within days they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the goddamned ocean. From out there, how were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though if you hadn't found me when you did, I wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment? Oh, without a second thought. When Lord Vaidre passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Eomer, his word is law. The more I hear about Eomer, the more determined I am to see what awaits in its halls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first, we should convey Tristel to be to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Wait into the city. Oh, you might know something. Alright, so after we turn in this quest, I think we'll end the stream then. Because we just reached 1 o'clock, as you can see here in the top right of my screen. And we'll probably be streaming a lot tomorrow, so just gonna grab some rest, getting a bit tired. Don't want to push myself too much, knowing I'll just be able to wake up tomorrow as well and just continue streaming. Since I've got nothing planned, so... Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Eulmore. In so far as I'm able, at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to my stomach. As it is plain you've set your minds on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Eulmorian elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. If I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain this is your livelihood? Cannot deprive you of all such a treasured possession? I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided. But I shan't stay long in this place. Not with a city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move to new lands and new professions, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. Alright, so we got a whole bunch of quests unlocked. Just pick up the main quest, and then we'll pick up the side quest the next stream. Elfino weighs the brush you receive from Tristel, deep in thought. They say kindness is its own reward. Tristel has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some other skill with a brush. Nothing approaching that of true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant. Then it's settled. All you need to do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. Alrighty, and there we have it, guys. I'm probably gonna end the stream here. Thank you Robin for joining. Thank you Cyrus and Evokere for joining. Reggie's, thank you for joining. Kyle, appreciate you all joining the chat. Malachi and Nox, thank you for joining the chat. Cyrus and Nox, appreciate you guys running with me. Abhishek, thank you for joining as well again. And Morazane and Moradin, thank you guys for joining and playing game with me as well. I'll be streaming some more tomorrow for sure. So I'm gonna head to bed now. And tomorrow, maybe around 11 or 12 o'clock my time in the morning, we'll be playing some Final Fantasy XIV again. Looking forward to continuing with Shadowbringer. So far the story's been building up quite nicely. Nothing crazy going on just yet, but I'm certain that will change soon. Either way, appreciate you all for joining. Hope to see you all in the next. If you guys liked the video, please leave it a like. If you're new to the channel and you'd like to help out, please consider subscribing. This will help me and my channel grow. While you're at it, if you have any tips, comments or suggestions, or would like to see me play another game, let me know down in the comments below and I'll reply to you as soon as I can. This is Daryl from Final Fantasy Fan, and I'll see you all in the next Let's Play Final Fantasy XIV. Till then.
The stars are whispering to the night, a tale of journeys bathed in light. Footsteps fade on the softest ground. Dreams are calling without a sound. Lay your head on the clouds above. Let the winds cradle you with love. Close your eyes, the world will wait. Dreams unfold at the heavens' gates. A lantern flickers soft and slow, guiding hearts where dreams may flow. The sky wears hues of gentle gold. Stories rest as the night takes hold. Lay your head on the clouds above. Let the winds cradle you with love. Close your eyes, the world will wait. Dreams unfold at the heavens' gates. The echoes of the day retreat. Soft lullabies in shadows meet. A gentle hum, a melody, unraveling all memories. Lay your head on the clouds above. Let the winds cradle you with love. Close your eyes, the world will wait. Dreams unfold at the heavens' gates. The echoes of the day retreat. Soft lullabies in shadows meet. A